Hello. Hello. Starting off in Svarin's apartment after the inauspicious inauspicious ending we had last week. Nah, it's totally fine. We just had the Garlean Empire come and swat our whole entire base. Whole entire rebellion base.
No big deal.
Yeah, definitely not dissociating. If we were dissociating, he'd be staring at that mug of hot chocolate on his table there. Yeah, that was my dad. Midgard Stormer, meanwhile, is checking out what's on top of the fireplace. He's having fun. Yep. No named characters died. No named characters got horribly maimed. Yeah. He's hunting dust bunnies because he's not allowed to hunt actual bunnies. Or else Svarin will get upset. Yeah. Oh, so that's why Midgard Sormer is giving it the eye. All right. Let's hop on in. Before we hop into the story, let's do the seasonal event. It appears I am not the only one doing this quest today. Yep. Ah, Svarn, how wonderful to have such a reliable helper on hand. As you've no doubt noticed, the Little Ladies' Day festivities are upon us once more. By the way, I must ask, you know the Songbirds, do you not? How silly of me, of course you do. That trio of princess-styled entertainers were relative unknowns when they first took to the stage, but they've since become a Little Ladies' Day staple. Now we hope to introduce another such sensation, but this time the singer will be butler-themed. I've titled this new act The Seneschal Prince, a royal among servants and loyal servant to his princess. The prince in question is scheduled to debut in the upcoming festival performance, but 'twould seem our chosen star is yet to return from picking up his costume. Though there's ample time ere the show begins, his prolonged absence is a source of concern, to say the least. If only I were not so preoccupied with preparations. Would you mind looking in on him for me? Pico is his name, and he was meant to be speaking with a designer at Estame's Aesthetics.
Boiled coffee. Maybe.
Dang, all sorts of quests I want to pick up. You are a quest I want to pick up, but I'm too low level. I'll have to wait until after I get to the end of Stormblood. Then I'll be a high enough level. Hey, buddy. What's the holdup? It has to shine with a sharp, frozen brilliance like a blizzard slicing through the darkest night. Right? And it should dazzle like a searing flame, threatening to burn your fingers at the merest touch. Doesn't that sound amazing? Wait, which do you want, a freezing blizzard or a burning flame? Oh, maybe you can help. How can we create a silvery costume that melts into chaotic darkness? Should I give up on the shiny element? An adventure? What can Maribel, famed designer of Eshtame's aesthetics, do for you, darling? I'm just here for Pico. Here at the Royal Seneschal's bidding, you say? Well, I could certainly use some guidance with this costuming conundrum. The costume itself is largely complete. I simply wanted to add the finishing flair in accordance with the prince's wishes, but I'm struggling to envision the image he's trying to convey. Well, there are just so many dimensions to looking dashing. How can one narrow the options down to a single idea? Forgive me, darlings, but I've other projects to attend to. Would you mind coming back once you've helped the lad decide on a more definitive direction?
First, and probably only.
This is not going well. I couldn't ask for a better opportunity, and here I am, ruining my own debut. It was Sparring, yes? I'm sorry to drag you into this dilemma of mine. Yeah, exactly. Of all those who auditioned, they chose me to be the Seneschal Prince. My job now is to become a star performer and creating a dashing and princely persona seemed the best way to achieve that. So I did my research into the subject, delving into books about the most gallant individuals, how they act, how they dress, that sort of thing. When I tried to explain, it all came out a jumbled mess. What makes a Seneschal Prince a prince among Seneschals? Come to think of it, what exactly is a Seneschal anyway? Perhaps you should research that first. I don't know, what do you guys think? Which one should I go with? I'd say flip a coin, but I don't think there's a three-sided coin. All right, let's go with the first one. An unobtrusive servant who anticipates his master's needs. I see. Then my fixation on being dashing was entirely the wrong approach. At least now one thing is clear. I must learn the ways of the seneschal if I'm to be the best seneschal prince I can be. You seem a knowledgeable sort. Left to my own devices, I fear wasting time on the wrong thing again. Will you help me with my research? I'm not sure how much help I'm gonna be on that front, considering how easily distracted I can be. Huzzah! Then first things first, I say we speak with a wide variety of townsfolk and learn what the general public expects of a seneschal. Split up that we might gather as many opinions as possible. I'll leave the steps of thought to you, and we can meet at the Gold Court afterwards. Alright, let's see how badly we can botch this. Ah. Trying to figure out what quest that guy was for. My impressions of a seneschal? Well, they strike me as people who excel at preparations. Performing tasks to a demanding lord or lady's satisfaction hinges upon their ability to think ahead, to plan events to perfection. My work as a server at the Quicksand is similar in some respects. We have a special Little Ladies' Day menu on offer this year, and I have everything memorized. The ingredients, the presentation, the flavors, down to the smallest detail. Everything from the main course to the beverages and desserts will be perfect. Above and beyond one's prescribed duties, a server's mission is to ensure as many happy customers as possible. Ah, that word ever puts me in mind of the first royal seneschal himself, Sultan Baldric. It said that every year one girl was chosen from the townspeople by lot, and he would attend to that lucky lass as her personal servant for the entire day. The festival is no longer about choosing a single princess, of course, but oh, how I still daydream about having an attentive seneschal at my beck and call. As a child, whenever Little Ladies' Day came around, I would always hold out hope that this would be the year I was chosen. A seneschal? Why, yes, of course, I have one in my employ. The accomplished ones foresee what must be done and act without need for instruction. Those who stand around awaiting orders have no business taking the position. Alright, let's work back to him. Actually. Head on over to this pretty place. The Gold Court. Oh, guess what, Svarn? I was asking about seneschals in Pearl Lane, and a merchant offered me an amazing bargain. He showed me a rare urn of incalculable worth, but even the heavily discounted price was far more coin than I could afford. To think of it, what do urns have to do with seneschals anyway? Nothing, I'd wager. Oh, was I on the wrong track again? I could have sworn. I see. So seneschal is someone who serves others, someone who anticipates what needs to be done and prepares for those tasks in advance. In my case, then, I should be a seneschal who serves his fans? Yes, when I put it like that, it just feels right. I should be thinking of ways I can make the crowds happy. And that's exactly what I'll do. Now, if you could stick around a while longer, I'd appreciate some help in becoming the best seneschal I can be. I'm to don the mantle of the seneschal prince, yet while I've grasped a clear picture of the theme, I must needs think of how best to embody the manner. A seneschal exists to serve, to ensure happiness and satisfaction, which incidentally is how this all began for me. I once knew a girl years ago. She was my childhood friend, my cherished princess. But alas, she was born with a terrible ailment. She could not rise from bed, let alone leave the house, unless I took it upon myself to bring the outside world to her. I acted out all sorts of tales, a hero's saga, a jester at court. If she wished to hear of it, if it would but make her smile, I would assume any role under the sky. One fateful day, I happened to see a songstress in town. She dazzled the audience, and the elated looks upon their faces, I had to rush back to my princess's bedside to share the experience. I sang and danced my heart out for my audience of one, a performance for her and her alone. Oh, how her eyes lit up. Her happiness was everything I ever wanted. It spurred me to practice day and night, and as I did, I began to feel I truly was a famous performer. Then, all too soon, did Thal call her to his somber halls. Yeah, I had a feeling that was where this story was going. Ever since, I've dreamed of making a big name for myself as a singer. If I could perform upon some grand stage, then perhaps my voice would rise up and reach her ears once more. That's why I auditioned for the role of the Seneschal Prince and why I leapt for joy when I heard that I'd been chosen. Yet even though I began all this for her, it has become every bit my own dream as well. I yearn to sing as that songstress did and stir the hearts of the crowd. Ahem. Thank you for listening, Svarin. Talking to someone helps to put my thoughts in order. Right, back to the task at hand. Once I've settled on how to best serve my audience, then I should have all the specifics Maribel needs to finish the costume. Let's head over to the Little Ladies' Day stage, shall we? With the better part of the preparations finished, it's likely begun to draw a crowd. The sight might inspire some ideas for my Seneschal debut. There you are. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Well, good thing I don't have any. The stagehand seemed swamped with last-moment adjustments, and you can see the fans have already begun to gather. If I'm to decide how to act as a Seneschal Prince, then it's now or never. Let's see what clues the scene has to offer us. Huh. Yes, of course. If we're speaking of seneschals, we should look no further than the royal seneschal himself. Such a courteous demeanor and so precise in his movements. Now that I think on it, no matter the work we do together, he's never less than thorough with his preparations. And I imagine he would be more than willing to help us implement any new plan we might propose. See there, a particularly eager Songbirds fan, come early to ensure a front row experience, no doubt. Rather too early, in fact. My act is first on the program, so he'll be in for quite a long wait before his idols take the stage. Can we make him more comfortable? Yes, of course. He must be exhausted from standing there all this time. The least I can do is make him more comfortable for the duration of my performance. Ah, an employee of the Quicksand. Did they not mention offering some exclusive menu over the course of Little Lady's Day? Beverage and dessert included. Knowing such a thing is only available during the festival makes it all the more tempting, doesn't it? I wonder if they'd be willing to bring out a light meal for the audience. Not only would it benefit the fans, but it would also be an excellent promotion for the Quicksand itself. Yeah, it would. I've been thinking, Svarin, there's no rule which demands people must stand to cheer and enjoy a performance, is there? Why not have the Quicksand deliver some light refreshments? Little Ladies' Day themed, of course, and aim for a more relaxed experience. I mean, it's hardly a novel concept. One often orders a meal while taking in a play, or has a flagon in hand while the minstrel strums his lute in the tavern. We would simply encourage the same idea. Naturally, I shall rouse the crowd with song and dance, but this will help define the seneschal side of my stage character. The act is finally coming together. As the seneschal prince, I shall both serve and entertain. Come, there's not a moment to lose. I must first consult with the royal seneschal, and then hurry off to make my request to Mistress Momodi at the Quicksand. But I must also inform Maribel of my costuming decisions. Arg, there's no time. Let's split up, gang! You would do that for me? Oh, thank you, Svarin. I'd be most grateful if you could explain the costume concept to Maribel for me. Yeah, I got it. You truly are my savior. I give you my word the show will be a great success. Please, do be sure to attend. All right. Yeah, I can hoof it, I think. Quick like bunny. Svarin, darling, how fares our princely seneschal? So the show will feature a healthy dash of hospitality, eh? Sounds fabulous. A singer with a seneschal's poise and a princess style. Yes, darling, I know exactly what this costume needs. Leave it to me. Please let the royal seneschal know that I'll have the outfit ready in time for the performance. She must be some sort of miracle worker. Yeah, frankly. Thank you for lending a hand to young Picot. Tis good to know the issue with his costume has been resolved. As I mentioned, the Seneschal Prince is to be the main new attraction for this year's Little Ladies' Day, and Picot himself is to give the show's opening address. I cannot imagine how events might have unfolded without your assistance. You will stay and watch his performance, yes? Well, yeah, of course I will. I've been standing for so long my feet have fallen asleep, but at least the show is about to begin. It should be starting any moment now. The first act is the debut performance of a new singer, isn't it? The Seneschal, Prince? What would a Prince of Seneschals be like, anyway? I have no idea what to expect. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our Little Ladies' Day performance. I'm Pico, the Seneschal Prince, and I shall be your guide to an ephemeral world of wonder. I imagine you are all weary from the wait. Though it be but a trifle, we have taken the liberty of arranging for refreshments, a special festival menu prepared by our friends at the Quicksand. How did nobody notice that? Peach-infused tea accompanied by a selection of spring-inspired sweets. We invite you to enjoy these delights while you enjoy the show. That's for us? Thank the gods, I was so thirsty. Yeah! Oh, that new menu has been in my mind all day. What a lovely gesture. I am overjoyed to see you thus pleased. Should this repast meet with your approval, pray consider a visit to the Quicksand following the show. But with that said, I must ask that you keep all eyes on me. Without your full attention, I am wont to grow jealous. Fair princesses, won't you step closer? I promise this shall be a princely performance to remember. Settle in, my dear audience, and enjoy the spectacle of the Seneschal Prince. Aw, man, I was hoping I'd be waving glow sticks too. He not only entertains with song and dance, but also captures the crowd's hearts with warm hospitality. A wonderful display. Yeah. He really isn't. He's doing absolutely nothing to dispel that impression. Huh, not bad, not bad. It seems we have quite a show to follow. And the songbirds will deliver. We'll take the stage by storm and build this excitement to a raging crescendo. Ah. I can speak. Svarin, thank you for coming to my performance. It was also magical. To see such enjoyment upon each face in the crowd was an indescribable feeling. And did you see how they responded to the touches of hospitality? The Quicksand server even came over to thank me for how quickly word spread about their festival menu. What a stunning debut by the Seneschal Prince. We've already been swamped with demands to know when you will be performing next. In fact, I'm thinking of setting up an encore performance while the festival is still ongoing. Is that so? Well then, I shan't disappoint my fans. I wonder if my dear friend was watching me too, from Thal's distant halls. Thank you again for giving me this opportunity. For as long as I have the privilege of standing on that stage, I mean to spend every moment delighting all who attend. Ah, I almost forgot. I had Maribel craft you a matching costume. Oh, nice. I was not alone up there in front of the crowd. I felt you standing beside me, as you have been every step of the way. Given your part in all this, you are every bit a Seneschal Prince yourself. So please, do me the honor of accepting this gift. Tis the least I can offer for your patient assistance. Now, I must be off to prepare for my next appearance. You will! You will be the fanciest looking bun in the world. I, too, offer my sincerest gratitude for elevating our celebrations to ever greater heights. The Little Ladies' Day festivities have only just begun, but I suggest you go and enjoy them while they last. I'm seeing that guy there reminds me. But there's new Hall of the Novice stuff to do. But first, let's check out how I look in the new gear. He is the fanciest bun in the world. Actually, let me see. Can I remember which of my glands is which? Let's see if let's see how this outfit would look with those boots. That actually looks kind of nice. Yeah. I got my vampire slaying gunblade. And let's see. Hall of the Novice. A bit late to be, going over some of this basic stuff, but... Welcome, Master Darkheart. In this training exercise, we'll have you carry out a variety of common evasive maneuvers. My agent here will serve as your opponent. Try to get a sense for her oncoming attacks and handle them accordingly. Take your starting position when you are ready to begin. Out of habit. As you doubtless know, no few magics strike a wide radius around a given target. The marker of such an attack will often look like this. If you sense that you've been marked, you'd do well to move away from your allies so that they aren't caught in the blast. The danger is greater still if an ally is targeted at the same time. Stand too close to one another, and you will suffer double the impact. Let the exercise begin. 3, 2, 1. I have no idea. It's just kind of floating there. To start the next exercise, take your starting position. Our next exercise features a strike so powerful it cannot be endured alone. Allow me to demonstrate its marker. Should the enemy perform such an attack, you and your allies must stand together in order to weather it. Upon sensing this marker, locate its target and make your way there as quick as you can. In other words, as soon as you hear the feeping, let the exercise begin. A good demonstration of how wide the range of these things can be. Among you adventurers, I'm given to understand that these are known as stack markers. Rings odd to my ear, but I suppose it matters not. To start the next exercise, take your starting position. The previous one was called a spread marker. Next, we will look at a lethal variety of attack that none but a tank can handle. Behold its marker! Oh, we're going for that one, huh? Remember, only the tank is equipped to survive a blow of this magnitude. Any other caught in its blast won't be left standing. Now for a proper demonstration. Everyone, position yourself so that the tank may shield against this strike alone. Let the exercise begin. All right, all of you lot get the hell away from me. Yeah, it was a line one. A line tank buster. These attacks pack quite a punch, so should it fall to you to deal with it, you do well to employ what abilities you have to lighten the damage. To start the next exercise, take your starting position. Next, let us practice how to handle a more persistent threat. Take note of this marker. Oh, this thing. What will follow is a chain of attacks that chase you doggedly. You must stay on the move, all the while keeping away from your allies. This is going to be very important in a couple dungeons. Let the exercise begin. Yeah. Actually, get them away from my allies, so let's make sure they don't clip them. There we go. Spectacular work! With that, your basic training is complete. Now, come and speak with me if you'd like to attempt my final challenge. Now that you've learned the basics, it's time to put your knowledge to the test. Overcome this final challenge and your training will be complete. Yeah, I think I can handle it. We will now begin the final challenge. Once you are prepared, take your starting position. Allow me to test all that you have learned thus far. In this exercise, you will face a slew of different attacks, each of which you must deal with appropriately to minimize the harm you sustain. Let the exercise begin. One of these. Oh dear. Out we go. Yeah. Come back here. Man, the mages are squishy. Nope. Okay, you guys go over there. Let's not get Venn diagrammed. Okay. There we go. Yay! React to floor markers. Yay! Welcome, Master Darkheart. In this training exercise, we'll have you carry out a medley of cutting-edge tactical maneuvers. My agent here will serve as your opponent. Try to get a sense for her oncoming attacks and handle them accordingly. Do I have to watch her? Take your starting position when you are ready to begin. Are we watching the... Oh! Yep. First, let's discuss knockback attacks. The marker will look like this. Ah, yep, this thing. As soon as you sense it, you will have but a few moments to position yourself before you are pushed a set distance from its point of impact. For this exercise, I have placed a ring of lightning aether around the arena. Your goal is to position yourself such that you won't be sent hurtling into it. Can I use arm's length for this? I can arm's length it! To start the next exercise, take your starting position. While we're at it, let's review a common variant. Take note of this marker. Right? Purple's my jam! Oh, this thing, yeah, too. Let's not stand in here. Unlike last time, I don't recommend you stand directly in the center of it, lest you receive a most painful blow to the skull. Yeah. That's not. And so, what's more, I challenge you to avoid being flung into the lightning. Where will you stand this time? Let the exercise begin. Can't arm's length this one. Yeah. Next, we'll demonstrate a proximity attack. Its marker pulses outward like so. Ah, this thing. With these, the closer you are to its point of impact, the greater the damage you stand to take. I imagine if you stand right there, you're insta-dead. Thus, whenever you see that ominous light pulsing along the ground, I advise you to distance yourself as much as possible. Let the exercise begin. Well, okay. Barely a scratch, eh? Sometimes the simplest solution is to get the hells out of there, so to speak. Let's find our starting position. Next, let's move on to tower tactics. This type of attack is one that must be endured rather than avoided. See the tower marker? If no one stands inside to weaken its impact, the entire party will suffer a devastating blow. Therefore, one person must volunteer to take the tower, shielding the rest of the party from far greater casualties. And every once in a while, the towers will have a number requirement. Where's our starting position this time? Now let's cover a variant of the tower marker. Again, one of you will need to stand inside to protect the others. Oh, those things. Lest you forget, if the tower goes unoccupied, the entire party will pay the price. In this case, you must ensure you are standing within the bounds of the circle before the arcane orb strikes the ground. Let the exercise begin. Spectacular work! With that, your basic training is complete. Now, come and speak with me if you'd like to attempt my final challenge. Now that you've learned the basics, it's time to put your knowledge to the test. Overcome this final challenge and your training will be complete. Allow me to test all that you have learned thus far. In this exercise, you will face a slew of different attacks, each of which you must deal with appropriately to minimize the harm you sustain. Let the exercise begin. Ooh, they're being tricky right out the bat. You handled that flawlessly. Right? You. Ooh. One of these kinds of dealies. You handled every last threat with finesse. It is with pleasure that I declare you have passed the challenge. Yes! And now, boss fight 103. Advanced visual indicators. Welcome, Master Darkheart. In this training exercise, we'll have you carry out even more advanced tactical maneuvers. My agent here will serve as your opponent. Try to get a sense for her oncoming attacks and handle them accordingly. Take your starting position when you are ready to begin. Are you gonna... Ooh. Do I have to pay attention to you? For your first exercise, allow me to demonstrate the proximity tether. Ah, its marker looks like this. This thing. When entangled with one of these, to remain near the enemy is to risk suffering a painful strike. Instead, use what precious few moments you have to retreat until the tether's magics weaken. Let the exercise begin. Yep. There we go. Before we move on, there's another type of tether attack I wish to cover. Take a note of this marker. Ah. Unlike proximity tethers, these can be intercepted at will, allowing you to sustain a blow on another's behalf. For this exercise, let's suppose your enemy intends to detonate a bomb. To prevent a lethal explosion, your only recourse is to shield the bomb yourself. Let the exercise begin. This one's definitely going to come in handy for a for an alliance raid. Next, I will teach you how to defend against a gaze attack. Behold its marker. When the spell is cast, all those facing its direction will suffer some manner of unpleasant effect, in this case, petrification. Fortunately, the solution is simple. You need but turn away from the enemy to neutralize its effects entirely. Let the exercise begin! God, I'm suddenly reminded of an incident I had in a much later dungeon. For your next exercise, let us discuss status effects such as poison or paralysis, and more importantly, the curing thereof. While there are many varieties of combat ailments, a fair few can be swiftly relieved with Asuna. For this exercise, let's you evade the attack as soon as Asuna has done its job. Alright, Conjurer. Let the exercise begin. I'm counting on you. Spectacular work. With that, your basic training is complete. Now, come and speak with me if you like to attempt my final challenge. Now that you've learned the basics, it's time to put your knowledge to the test. Overcome this final challenge and your training will be complete. Allow me to test all that you have learned thus far. In this exercise, you will face a slew of different attacks, each of which you must deal with appropriately to minimize the harm you sustain. Let the exercise begin! There we go. Yep. Hurry up! Now cure yourself. Yay! You neutralized every threat with practiced precision. Needless to say, you've passed my final challenge with flying colors. Perfect. You got a cool new ring out of that. Oh, my tank stance again. Kept punting me out of that. All right. Now that that's all done. Back to the main story. Yes. All our foes fear us. Yeah, this place has seen better days. Well, at least the chocobos are having a fun time. Right? Our defeat was no near thing. It was total, a humiliation. We were powerless to withstand our enemy's assault. But we cannot afford to dwell on our failure. As Alfino said, it is those who survived whom we must think of now. Ralger's Reach is no longer safe. The Imperials may have withdrawn, but they could return at any time to finish what they began. We dare not remain here. Right? They're totally the same thing. Those who are not fit to make the journey to Castrum Oriens will need to be taken by chocobo carriage. Agreed? Good. I shall oversee preparations for the carriages. In the meantime, I would have you scour the infirmary for any supplies that might prove useful during the journey. Yeah. Now we can take anything the Garleans might throw at us this time. Forgive me, but it is imperative that I continue preparing medicines for the wounded. If you desire treatment, I must ask that you seek it elsewhere. Actually. Oh, I see. In that case, you are free to search the barber and take that which you require. I will not have our people dying en route. I would assist you, but this process demands my undivided attention. I mean, if you need anything, I can help you, I can act as a gopher for you. Yeah, nope. The only person who can lift Erna is her brother. And even for him, it's a bit of a struggle because he's the same size as her. Sir, Marshal Tarapin said you might have something for me? "12 be praised. This should put the driver's hearts at ease. Tell the Vice Marshal we await his orders." Y'shtola and the others are safely strapped in. Don't worry, I'll be by her side the entire time. Thank you, Kryle. I'll walk alongside. They'll need protection in case the Garleans try anything. Hang on, you're injured too, aren't you? Shouldn't you be in one of the carriages? I can still walk. I'm not so frail that I can't make the trip on my own. Besides, there's still work to be done here. I'll see you at the wall when it's finished. As you wish, then let us set forth at once. We shall move as quickly as our comrade's health allows. To Castrum Oriens. Let us pray they arrive safely. Master Kemp, your concern for your men's well-being is commendable, but I would urge you to consider your own. Saved a good many of my men, and I cannot thank you enough for that. But the fact remains, our forces were decimated. In this state, we'll not be mounting an assault on Castellum Velodina or anywhere else. We need to be honest with ourselves about our prospects, but first we need to put our affairs here in order. Afterwards, I'll join you all at Castrum Oriens. Understood. We will go and speak with General Aldin. I forgot to actually apply my glam. Yep. I mean, you can't even tell I changed anything, but... Wait, hang on. Yeah. Ruben has already departed with the wounded, has he? Good. We have completed our search of the Reach and the surrounding area. As far as we can tell, Xenos and his men returned straightways to Specula Imperatoris after quitting this place. It would seem he's lost interest in us. Which brings us to the most troubling question of all. Not how he found us, but why he chose to spare our lives having done so. In war, you kill or capture your enemy. You don't leave him to fight another day. Only a fool would turn his back and walk away. But Xenos is no fool. Whatever his motive, this is neither the time nor the place to think on it. I'll leave a token force to watch over the Reach. The rest will fall back to Castrum Oriens. We can discuss our path forward there. I mean, he kind of broke his sword on my face, so... True. Kryl is with Y'shtola. She still hasn't woken up, but Kryl says she's through the worst. Given the severity of her wound, we could have hoped for no more. Let us pray she makes a full recovery. We lost a lot of good people, didn't we? I saw it happen when that Skulls commander cut down Mifrid. Single blow and that was it. How can you tell what was going on? It was so choppy. Everything he fought for, all his hopes and dreams for the future, gone in an instant. Do you want to know the worst part? It wasn't a Garlean who did it. It was an Alamegan. Gods help me if I ever... No, not now. Not while the general's waiting. Oh, these...
Were it not for the swift actions of the Scions and the Alliance, many more would have died. You risked your lives to save ours, and for that we thank you.
There is no need for thanks. We are allies, are we not?
Aye, just so. Let us not dwell on this tragedy, but look to the future.
The future? I'm sorry, General, but there is no future for us. We've lost too many. Gods, I can still see Mefrid with that woman standing over him. They've ripped the heart out of us, General. They've broken us. Our fight is over.
Master Kemp, please.
I'll always hate them with every fiber of my being. For what they took from us then and now. Our homeland, our freedom, our bloody children.
You mean the Skulls? The youths who fight for Xenos?
Grania Lupi, the Black Wolf's legacy and our shame. A unit made up of children born to Alamegan dignitaries who came of age during the occupation. Sons and daughters of Gir Abania, raised to be proud citizens of the Empire, with all the rights and responsibilities that entails. It'd be easy to curse them and call them traitors, but they're our children. Our flesh and blood. If the only way to forge the future we want is to cut down our own, then...
Then what was it all for?
Nargo?
What will you say to the families of the fallen? To the mothers, and the widows, and the orphans? Will you tell them it was all for nothing?
Listen to the girl. We dare not suffer our comrades' sacrifices to have been in vain. Now is the time to steel our resolve and press on, painful though it may be.
And when Xenos comes back with his army, what then? This isn't the first time, you know. You'll be hard-pressed to find men brave or stupid enough to face him again.
I still can't believe how strong he was. He humiliated us back there. The Warrior of Light included. Gods help us if he's next in line to the Garlean throne.
Loath though I am to say it, we should not be surprised. Before succeeding Van Baelsar in Alamigo, Xenos led the Imperial army to Doma, where he crushed the rebellion utterly. As a matter of fact, Doma remains in his charge to this day. Suffice it to say, Varus's heir is a peerless warrior and an accomplished general. The question is, how are we to contend with such a foe?
Why don't we take the fight to Doma?
Interesting. You are suggesting we kindle the flames of revolution in Doma once more and force Xenos to fight a war on two fronts?
For that, there would need to be someone left to fight on this front by the time you got back. Look, I'll not deny the plan as promised. And I feel for our brothers and sisters in Doma, truly I do. But I fear we lack the strength to see it through.
Have faith in your people, Master Kemp. Them and the Scions. Hold fast, rebuild, and when all is in place, we shall defeat Xenos together.
If you're going to Doma, I'm coming too. I want to help our friends there, and make sure nothing like this ever happens again.
Give us the time we need, and we will give you something far greater.
Very well. For all you have done for us, we will fight on. But be swift, comrades. Alamigo has suffered enough.
All right. Road trip. It goes without saying, but the Scions alone have not the strength to topple a provincial government here or anywhere else. And I'm quite certain the same can be said of the Doman Liberation Front. Nevertheless, we can but go and assess the situation for ourselves and see what can be done. Lest you doubt what good we few can accomplish, I would remind you that my grandfather and his 12 disciples once journeyed to these lands to save Eorzea and her people from a certain doom. Brave souls with an impossible task, and Eorzea lives on. Despite the apocalypse that happened, our present mission may not be as monumental in scope, but it is no less important to the multitudes whom we would free from imperial oppression, whom we will free. Where men go as one, there is life, and where there is life, there is cause to hope. Our grandfather believed that, and so do I. But before we can forge ties with our friends in the Far East, we must first find a way to reach them. Althard is not exactly over the river and through the woods. To grandmother's house we go. I'm one step ahead of you, dear sister, or rather, Tataru is. But before we discuss that, there's another issue I wish to address. Much as I would like it if we could all make this journey together, someone will need to remain to serve as liaison to the Alliance and the Resistance during this critical period. Moreover, as Yashola cannot be left unattended. Then I should obviously remain. Very well, issue addressed. Afino, it would have been quicker to just ask, and markedly less patronizing. Yes, I suppose, would you be willing to look after Yashola and provide support to Ehrenwald and the others? Yes, Alfino, I would. You see, that wasn't so hard, was it? Enjoy your trip and don't you dare return with a gift. Oh, I would not dream of it. Right then, sister, Svarn, Lise, gather your things. We are for Limsa Lominsa. Actually, wait, hang on. Aha! Let's do this quest real quick. Lieutenant Darkheart, a moment if you would. The Alliance has seen fit to charge the Twin Adder with overseeing the occupation of Castrum Oriens for the interim. As an adventurer, I realize it is your wont to attend to matters both great and small in all corners of the realm, though it should go without saying that you must also uphold your obligations to the Twin Adder and the Eorzean Alliance. Thus I would ask for your aid in a reconnaissance mission here in the fringes. Pray speak with Lieutenant Moko when you are ready to receive a briefing. She will be overseeing the operation. There you are. Hello, Lieutenant. Do my eyes deceive me? It can't be, but it is. Svarn Darkheart, the Griffin's Bane himself. Yes, the great hero defeated the Griffin atop Baelsar's wall, bringing his plans of conquest to a shuddering halt. I can think of no other title that so aptly befits your prowess. A pity no one else seems to think so. But enough of that. What brings you, the illustrious Griffin's Bane, here to Castrum Oriens? Serpent Marshal Brookstone has requested you assist in my investigation. This is such an honor. I'll do my best not to disappoint you. Ah, goodness me, where are my manners? Tala Moko, military records officer, at your service. I cannot offer much in the way of combat, but if you should have any inquiries regarding historical matters, you need only ask. Now then, let me apprise you of our current situation. Shortly after taking control of Castrum Oriens, we discovered a number of confidential documents left behind by the Garleans, prisoner records dating back to the beginning of Alamigo's occupation. As you might have guessed, a great many were conscripted and sent away to subjugate new territories. A surprisingly large number were executed as a reminder of what would happen should any step out of line. What we weren't expecting, however, was a number of prisoners listed simply as whereabouts unknown. We thought perhaps they met some ill fortune during their imprisonment or even escaped, but we could find no other documents to suggest what became of them. Be they living or deceased, it is now our duty to find them. Not just for our own records, mind you, but their loved ones as well. They deserve the peace of mind of knowing what happened here. Whether this were a recent incident, though, it would be no easy task. Whether this were a recent incident, though, it will be no easy task ascertaining their whereabouts after 20 years, but I believe I know where we might begin our investigation. The Ananta have called these lands home long before even the Alamegans came to settle here, and as luck would have it, the Resistance has established cordial relations with their people. Perhaps they remember something of what happened all those years ago. Alamegan prisoners captured 20 years ago? Yes, I remember. When the Garleans gained their foothold here, they interned any and everyone. Striders, Ananta, it mattered not. Most were forced to serve in the Garlean military, dispatched to other lands from which they were never to return. If I'm not mistaken, the prisoners who remained were taken to a small village to the south. I cannot say what transpired there, but the settlement was heavily guarded. I fear the worst for them. A settlement to the south? Why, that would have to be Bittermel. I recall records of its residents seeking asylum in Gridania when the Guardians first arrived. The place was all but razed to the ground. Well, let's begin our search there. Perhaps something of value still remains in the rubble. Please don't eat me. Please don't try to eat me, bear. Damn it! Someone else is dealing with the wildlife. Yeah, you get damn it. What are Garleans doing here? They cannot be allowed to leave. Get them. Oh dear. Thank you, random white mage. Goodness, that smarts. Perhaps I should have devoted more time to combat training, though no amount of training would make me a match for the renowned Griffensbane. That was a magnificent display. I mean, I had a random white mage helping me, so... Garlean soldiers were certainly the last thing I expected to find in these abandoned and otherwise forgotten buildings. I managed to catch them unawares. I'm quite certain this investigation would have ended poorly had you not arrived. Still, I find this quite curious. By all rights, the Garleans should be too busy contending with the Resistance to waste time in a place like this. What were they doing here? I'm afraid our search for answers has only raised more questions. If we are to make sense of any of this, we must search this place from top to bottom, after my heart returns to my chest. Sorry to keep you waiting. I fear the battlefield is no place for a bookworm. If the gods are kind, we'll encounter no further distractions. Now, let's begin our search. We're like to cover more ground if we split up. Hopefully there's still some trace of the prisoners left here. It seems their chocobo has decided to pick a fight with something. The cloying stench of rotting debris fills your nostrils. You're unable to discern where the odor is coming from. Yeah, they really do. A number of times I've had to rein in my chocobos. Exactly. Upon closer inspection of the ground, you see footprints. Some of them appear to be fresh. I seem to recall the third one being somewhere tricksy. Ah, there we go. Yep. No, Mitty. This house is much too clean to have been abandoned for 20 years. Suspicious. Do my job as a tank. Ah, Svarin, thank goodness. I found someone while inspecting the houses. He seems unwell. Unwell? Unwell? No, definitely not. Certainly not. Yes, we're quite fine. But what of you? A little girl dressed in strange clothes? Quite strange, quite strange. What? You have some nerve. Regardless of how I look, I'm a ranking officer of the Order of the Twin Adder, thank you very much. Now, who are you, and what business do you have here? Who? Yes, who? An excellent question. You are you, but who are we? Yes, we would like to know very much, very much. You don't remember? Well, is there anything you can remember? Remember! Yes, something about this place. Something familiar, quite familiar. Svarin, this is only a hunch, mind you, but I suspect he is not from this place. Considering he's Ellison, he's likely a Gridanian escaped from the Garleans, or perhaps... Could he be one of the missing prisoners? It would certainly explain the Garlean soldiers from before. We need to take him back for questioning. Excuse me, sir, but would you be willing to come back with us? At the very least, it would be more comfortable than these dilapidated houses, and we may be able to help you recover your memory. Memories, sweet memories. Yes, we would like them very much, very much. Alright then, let's return to Castor Morians. My brow-beating commander will likely wish to meet you. I suppose it can't be helped. Okay, let's see how many things we aggro just by running through. God damn it! Get away from me! Serpent soldier, help me! Possibly one of the missing prisoners, you say? I expected such wild claims from Lieutenant Molko, but if you would corroborate her report, perhaps this warrants investigation. Until further notice, he shall stay under the protection of the Eorzean Alliance. Sir, with all due respect, you cannot just... Lieutenant Molko, give this man a hot meal and a warm bed. When he's had a bit of rest, let's see what he knows of Bittermill and the Garleans. Yeah! It should not be long before we reach a resolution to all this. You're free to wait here until she finishes questioning our new detainee. I imagine Lieutenant Molko's finished questioning the detainee by now. Go and see what, if anything, she's learned. In the 5 minutes she's had to question the guy. Not even that. Well, I'm here. Oh, Svarn, I've just finished with questioning. Unfortunately, he can recall absolutely nothing of his past. The only thing he's certain of is that he escaped from Garlean captivity. I'm beginning to believe he really is one of the missing prisoners. Where does Bittermill fit into all of this? I fear we've reached an impasse. It's not as if we can ask the Garleans what they were doing there. Or perhaps we can. The soldier who escaped us earlier must know something to have been prowling about the area. He has to be taken into custody. Come, Svarn, we must speak with Serpent Marshal Brookstone about assembling a search party. No stone can be left unturned. You wish to capture the soldier you encountered at Bittermill? Well, you should know I've already dispatched a reconnaissance team. After reading Lieutenant Molko's report, I thought it prudent he be apprehended immediately. However, therein lies the rub. We lack the manpower to sufficiently survey the area. In fact, I was just deliberating over who I should call back to make a sweep of Owen's stash. There's no need for that, sir. Svarn and I will go. I realize I'm not the ideal scout to assist in this, but we have to find them. All right, off we go. Don't eat me, please. Don't you try to eat me either. You're just a plant. God damn it, all you want to eat me. Chad, don't eat me! If you eat me, who will be running the stream? It really does. Even the plants hate me. No, I'm being eaten alive. On your guard, Svarin. I have a bad feeling about this place. Why? Is it because it's a scary-looking cave? We found him, Svarin. We really found him. What? What are you? Ugh. These wounds, if he's not treated soon, he won't be telling anyone anything. He's like to bleed out if left unattended. Go and tell Sergeant Marshal Brookstone we found him, and he needs medical assistance before he can be moved. Off we go. True. So it makes perfect sense that our injured Imperial there immediately went for the scary cave. My men have searched high and low, yet there is no sign of this runaway soldier. Actually, we just found him. And he's kind of bleeding out. We found him at Owen's stash? Say no more. Attention, this is Brookstone speaking. The subject has been found at Owen's stash. I repeat, the subject has been found at Owen's stash. He is severely wounded and in need of medical attention. Excellent work. Perhaps now we can finally get to the bottom of all this bittermill business. By all rights, my men should be back by now. Go and see if you can find Lieutenant Molko. I want to know what those Garlean dogs were up to. Ah, Svarin, I'm happy to report we managed to bring him back safely and not a minute too soon. I planned to speak with him shortly after returning, but the healers won't permit anyone to see him until he's settled and the bleeding stopped. I imagine we won't have to wait very long. Alright, time to play the waiting game. Engrossed in an engaging conversation. It seems he's finally fit to speak. I don't expect you to be grateful, but I'd like to remind you you likely wouldn't be standing here if we hadn't found you in that cave. Now start talking. What were you doing out there at Bittermill? We were looking for someone, an escapee from one of our facilities. He'd lost his memory and was otherwise mentally unstable, so we knew he couldn't have gone far. I believe the man you're speaking of is already in our custody. We found him seeking shelter in Bittermill. He claims you captured him, though he cannot recall where. So he returned to Bittermill after all. I guess the past came back to haunt him, even if he can't remember it. Listen, my superiors are not like to show you any leniency. If you tell me everything you know, I will do all within my power to see your life is spared. Do we have a deal? Miss, I may be dressed in their uniform, but you'd be mistaken to believe I owe the Garleans any allegiance. I will gladly tell you. 20 years ago, a group of prisoners was relocated to Bittermill to assist in the Guardian's more unorthodox experiments. They wanted to create a new chemical weapon, one that would leave buildings untouched while killing any and everyone it came into contact with. Black Rose, I believe it was called. Remember that name. Black Rose. That's horrible. Their intention was to drive back Eorzean forces without wasting any of their own on the front lines. Of course, they wouldn't know if it really worked without willing volunteers, and what better place than a village long since abandoned by its people. Not a single prisoner survived. Their tests proving a resounding success, it was only a matter of time before Black Rose would be deployed, or so they thought. To the surprise of many, the project was shut down before the Black Rose could ever be used. The order came from the legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion and interim leader of the Alamegan province, Gaius van Baelsar. The Black Wolf would not allow the senseless murdering of Eorzea's people. He saw them as future subjects of the Empire to be ruled, not savages to be slaughtered. Everything was to be destroyed, but the man behind the project would not see his work wasted, and ran off with the last remaining samples of Black Rose. He was promptly apprehended, but he'd already hidden away his work. They used every heinous tool at their disposal to make him talk, yet he would not, or rather, could not, tell them where he hid it. The doctor had already gone mad and couldn't remember a thing. I can only assume one of his experiments went wrong and ruined his mind in the process. Then that means the man we found earlier. Aye, that's him. Griarme, former head of research for the 14th Imperial Legion. I can't believe that incoherent mess of a man was a scientist in service to the Garleans. I think we've heard enough. Thank you for your cooperation. Yeah. What do you think, Svarn? A part of me wants to believe it isn't true, but I see no reason why he would lie to us. There has to be some way to substantiate his story. If the entirety of Bittermill is used for their experiments, it would be no easy feat to do away with the evidence of such a massive operation. No, there would have to be some lingering traces of their work, and if they couldn't dispose of it, their only option would be to bury it. Svarn, we have to go back to Bittermill. Hi-ho, Silver. Please stop trying to eat me! Where did you come from? Oh, there's a bear. Okay, he's not a bear that's gonna try and eat me. He's just staring down that poor flame scout. Alright, let's split up. There has to be something here, and I'm not leaving until we find it. Hello. the one I thought I'd go for, but... The other puppy wanted in on this. Yeah. I'm salt in the wound, why don't ya? You're just big boys trying to do what they were raised to do. Is that really so wrong? Okay, now that I've thoroughly beat up all the dogs in this area. Gee, I wonder why the wildlife doesn't like me. Ah, there we go. Your digging reveals a small metal container, though you probably shouldn't touch it. Lieutenant Moko will want to know what you found. Hey, Lieutenant! Think I found something. You found something? Oh, I so badly want to touch it. A metal container? Could it be the missing sample of Black Rose? So he was telling the truth after all. Ahem, there's no time to be sentimental nor hasty. Any mishaps in handling that container could be disastrous. Let's report back to Serpent Marshal Brookstone. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. But the wildlife stopped going after me all the time. Two bears! Okay, one of the bears dropped off. If these guys were more persistent, I'd end up with a whole parade of guys following me back to back to the base here. Hey, Brookstone. Lieutenant Mulco reporting, sir. We've discovered the identity of the man we thought to be one of the missing prisoners. He's Griar May, former chief of research for the 14th Imperial Region, who oversaw the manufacturing of a chemical weapon known as Black Rose. After a thorough survey of Bittermill, we've discovered that what we believe to be a sample of this weapon. We'd like to request assistance in retrieving it. Attention, this is Brookstone. A container we believe to contain a Garlean chemical weapon has been discovered at Bittermill. I need you to get out there and retrieve it immediately, and preferably don't drop it. Cleaning my glasses real quick. As for the missing prisoners, they were used as test subjects for Black Rose. There were no survivors. Yeah, if you value your life, do not drop it. Sir, I don't believe we should allow the risk of such a weapon falling into the wrong hands. I agree, Lieutenant. After the weapon has been safely moved to a secure location, rest assured we'll see to its disposal. As for Griar May, his fate resides with the Council. Considering the weight of his crimes, his punishment will be quite severe. I almost pity the man, but memories or no, his crimes cannot be excused. Lieutenant Mulco, Lieutenant Darkheart, you've done well today, and I'm sure you're both quite tired. Go and rest, you've earned it. Actually, I think I'll be heading back to Gridania to write up a report. The events of Bittermill need to be recorded, that we might prevent such atrocities from happening again. I wish I could accompany you a while longer, but I'm sure the Great Griffin's Bane is needed elsewhere. Thank you again for all of your help. I look forward to adding your feats of daring to our record someday. Alright, now let's head to Limsa Lominsa. I'm prepared for my frame rate to tank because of how many people there are here. Everybody say hi. There we are. Tatari should be here any moment with our ship's captain. So we're going by sea after all. Is Merlweeb lending us our pick of the Crimson Fleet? Not exactly. You are right in as much as we will be traveling by sea. Regrettably, it is simply not feasible for an airship to travel such a distance without impossibly large fuel reserves, to say nothing of the inevitability of running afoul of the Empire's aerial defenses. But then it is equally infeasible to sail an Eorzean Alliance vessel halfway around the world without the Empire taking notice. Which leaves us with only one other option. Speak of the devil. Sorry to keep you waiting. May I present to you Captain Carvalane of the Kraken's Arms. The Kraken's Arms? Don't tell me you made a deal with pirates. Greetings and salutations, scions. I take it from your comrade's tone that you no longer wish to proceed with our proposed arrangement. Not at all, Captain. Pray forgive my sister her outburst. She has ever been one to speak her mind. I, on the other hand, am the very soul of discretion, as many well-respected personages would attest, from the offices of the Admiral to the high houses of Ishgard. But where was I? Oh, yes. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn do indeed still wish to employ your services. However, it is important that you are aware of certain extenuating circumstances. And intent on securing passage to the Far East, you came to us, knowing us to be the proud purveyors of said region's finest spices, which you steal from gods-fearing merchants out in the high seas. Whatever privateering the Kraken's Arms may or may not engage in is strictly within the limits of the law as set forth by our indefatigable keeper of the peace. More to the point, we're pragmatists. I see considerable risk in aiding your cause and negligible profit. Well, I for one think the captain has a point. The five seas can be extremely treacherous. Many a poor, unfortunate soul has come to grief out there on the waves. Why, when we were in Ishgard, I heard the tragical tale of how the heir to House Durandare vanished at sea. Even now, nearly 20 years later, the poor count remains convinced that his son still lives and would pay a sultan's ransom for news of his whereabouts. Truly a tragedy for the ages, and a testament to the misfortunes that may befall us should we act without due consideration. So long as you are prepared to abide the capricious whims of fate, I am willing to oblige you this once. That said, in light of the recent rebellion, I trust you understand that I cannot deliver you to Doma itself. I can take you only as far as Kugane and Hingashi. We will require time to procure sufficient provisions and make ready for departure. I humbly suggest you do the same. Suddenly, all those hours Tataru passed cavorting and capering at the Forgotten Night seem rather better spent, do they not? That said, I had intended to press the point more obliquely, and there was something disconcerting about the pleasure Tataru took in making Captain Carvelane squirm. Thank you, Tataru. I say we should heed the captain's advice and attend to our own preparations while they ready the vessel for departure. Tataru and I will procure the necessary supplies. Alize, I should be grateful if you would use the time to brief Ariange on recent developments. You may also wish to review the relevant safety procedures in the event of an emergency at sea. How very prudent of you. Very well, I shall go and speak with him. What of Svarin and Lise? I would like the two of you to return to Revenant's Toll and speak with our Doman allies. I fear we know too little of their homeland, and any information they can provide would be most welcome. When we have completed our respective tasks, we will reconvene here at the ferry docks. Agreed? Sounds like a plan. Let's go, Svarin. Well, here we are. We'll need to talk to lots of people, so I think we should split up. I'll ask around at the House of Splendors. You take the Rising Stones. I'll meet you here after. Got it? Greetings, Farron. What brings you to the Toll this day? What can you tell me about Doma? What? You are for Doma? Heavens, you scions have shown us naught but kindness, but never in my wildest dreams did I imagine you would fight for our homeland. For 25 years we suffered under their tyranny, and then we spied an opportunity. The Emperor dead, Garlemald in chaos. It seemed the time was ripe. Beneath our Lord's banners we gathered and fought to reclaim our nation. But when Xenos arrived with the 13th Legion, it was over in an instant. What is it, my friend? You look as though you have something to ask. That you go to join Yugiri and Gosetsu in the fight fills me with such joy. Ah, forgive my exuberance. You require information, yes? We of the Nagai clan have served Doma faithfully for generations. My ancestors held positions within Doma Castle even. Now it is home to the Imperial Viceroy's witch and her host of men in Magitech. To think that what was once the shining symbol of our heritage and the seat of a dear Lord Kyan has become a den for Garlean dogs. You are truly planning to travel to Doma? I do not know what to say. Forgive me, I shall aid you to the best of my ability. Ours is a beautiful land, nestled on the eastern coast of Othard. Along the banks of the One River, our nation thrived, proud and free, until the Garleans came 25 years ago. The river was our lifeblood, free to travel and to fish, but travel was soon restricted, and now the river belongs to none. Actually, just for fun. Looking around here. Tatar has entrusted me with the remainder of her responsibilities in her absence. Should you require aught, pray do not hesitate to ask. Thanks, Efemi. Naught would bring me greater joy than to join you on your journey. However, Lady Ugiri made it clear that we were to remain here and safeguard the community we have built. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. All the other scions are out doing other things. Oh, Isildur is back here. If Doma knows peace in our time, I should like to see it with my own eyes. Perhaps partake of these hot springs homemade tells me of as well. I'm sure the hot springs will help with your joints, old man. Where is she? Oh. There we go. Ah, there you are. Learn anything interesting? The older domans I spoke with tried to teach me all about Far Eastern customs and the importance of formality and politeness. I'd like to think Eorzeans can be just as stiff and stuffy as anyone, especially as Ishgardians, but anyway, did you know they eat with sticks? It wasn't all that hard, actually, or at least that's what I thought until they told me I was holding them wrong. And then when I spoke with the younger domans, they just rolled their eyes and told me it was all a load of stupid old... Wow, what you learned sounds a lot more useful. Unless someone invites us for dinner, of course. I hope they do. Right, no point in waiting around here, is there? We should head back to Limsa Lominsa. Alfino said to meet at the ferry docks, I think. Everybody's suddenly popping in. You are returned, Svarin. I trust you learned much from our Doman friends in Revenant's Toll. I'm eager to hear all, though that can wait until we have left port. We'll have time enough to talk on our journey to Kugane. Our spice-trading friends have completed their preparations. Assuming you've completed yours, you may inform the deckhand that we are ready to depart. All set, lad? I'll see you to the ship if so. Board the Misery? What an auspicious name.
XII be praised. Full sure was I that I had come too late.
Urianger! Tell me you haven't come all this way just to see us off.
Nay, my lady. Ere you quit these shores for eastern climes, I wished to share some words of seeming import. Look ye where the sun doth rise. See crimson embers, darkening skies. Look ye where the sun doth fall. See azure lost amidst the squall.
Well, that sounds suitably foreboding. Another one of your prophecies, I presume?
Of far eastern origin, aye. It is mine earnest hope that this ancient wisdom may serve to guide you on your journey. For what dangers lie in wait for you upon those distant shores are yet beyond my knowing.
A parting gift befitting your roundabout ways. Thank you.
I have more than words for you, my lady.
It's beautiful. Is it for me?
Though undeniably powerful, your ethereal blade taxeth you greatly in the wielding. Not so this rapier, which shall serve you just as well against all but the most formidable foe.
Impressive. It feels as though it's attuned to my ether. I shall treasure it.
Honored guests, say your farewells, for the moment of our parting draws nigh. A fair wind blows, and I mean to follow it.
It would seem our ship is set to sail. Pray give my regards to Thancred and the others, and take care.
A fine day, is it not? Fair winds and following seas. The Misery is enjoying herself. Nevertheless, it would not do for you to spend the entirety of our voyage above deck. Let me show you to your quarters.
Is it supposed to do that?
Not under normal circumstances.
Captain! You're needed on deck! Something queer's afoot. The winds died down, the waters went still, and all of a sudden, we were dragged off course.
Dragged? By what?
Can't rightly say, sir. But some of the lads are muttering about seeing things in the water. Things that shouldn't be there.
Oh, for the love of... If you will excuse me a moment. Actually, might I persuade you to join me? Loath though I am to admit it, I have a bad feeling about this.
Ah, the associations we make. Odd. Most odd. Well, do you have any idea what's going on? No, as the man said, despite the absence of wind and current, the misery is somehow being pulled off course. Well, why not fire up the ceruleum engines you have hidden below? An excellent suggestion based on knowledge you should not have. Alas, our engines appear to be malfunctioning for reasons that escape my engineers at present. I'm telling you, Captain, it's them. It's them things the lad saw. Things? I don't suppose I could convince you to attempt something more descriptive. An adjective, for example. Evil superstitions and fairy tales, not more. But if you must know, the things, which he is so reticent to name, are the souls of deceased women said to lure sailors to their deaths. Monstrous! Yes, indeed. If it is neither the sea nor the weather which is responsible, then it is probably a predatory entity of some sort. Perhaps a siren or some such. For all we know, it could be a fellow spice trader employing magics to seize and plunder passing vessels. Regardless, we have but one recourse, to let the current take us where it will and deal with whatever we find there. Poor Alfie now still looks like he's soiling his pants here. What a thoroughly pragmatic suggestion. Oh, I am beginning to like you, girl. Once we arrive at our destination, my crew shall remain with the ship to defend it while we venture forth to deal with the cause of our troubles. Then it is settled. I know not what awaits us, but it will rue the day it reeled us in. Huh. Hooray! Time for the first dungeon. Yeah, okay. Oh boy, I get to play tank. We'll be fine. This isn't ominous at all. Yeah. Yeah. This is totally the natural environment of a bun, hanging out with jellies. Yeah. Definitely anatomically accurate. Yeah, some peanut butters to go with our jellies.
Take this!
Yay! Would that be a good idea, though? And I'm making Alfie know earn his keep right now.
You shall fall soon enough.
Hey, here's our first boss. Alright, you heard the woman. Let's not waste any time.
Away with you!
You shall fall soon enough.
Away with you!
Yeah, it is a real neat looking boss.
Away with you!
Ah, damn it. Too slow on the uptake. I mean, to be fair, you don't have to go very far from Mind Flare to get something like this.
Here it comes!
There we go. Oh, shock. Ooh. That over there looks a little bit concerning, doesn't it? I think right now we're in dead space. But someday we're definitely gonna end up... I mean, I think right now we're in Lord of the Rings, I should say. Someday we're gonna end up in dead space, though. And Alize, what are you doing? I'm the only one who should be taking damage. What silly thing have you been doing? I don't think I want to make us whole. I think we're good being disparate pieces, all things considered. Guys, Alfie, no. Who enchanted it to be evil?
Here it comes!
I know it sure as shit wasn't Svarin. He may be a necromancer, but he's not that kind of a necromancer. Gotcha. All right. Time for our second boss. Poor Alfino and his fear of ghosts. The governor? The governor of what? Oh dear. And of course, right out the gate, Alize has no chill. Son of a... There we go. God damn it.
Away with you!
Oh, jeez. Yep. You good, Alfino?
Away with you!
Good, now we're down to just a whole bunch of rotting captives. Gonna be honest, that got a little bit dicey for a moment there. Come on. Yips. Pushed my luck a little bit too far. Well, at least I have my panic button back. Yeah, no. Absolutely not. There we go. Interrupted that by killing him. Double back and grab that thing. Grab the treasure coffer and then... Kinda pretty. Definitely a ghost. Almost definitely a ghost, anyway. Might be based on one.
Release! Away with you!
I love how she has a move called Headbutt.
Away with you!
You shall fall soon enough.
There we go. Yeah! What do you guys have to say about all this? I don't know, talk at once.
That appears to be the last of them.
Word from the Misery. Repairs are complete, and we may resume our journey without further delay.
I swear, if I never hear another ghost story, it will be too soon.
Now I've got that song stuck in my head too.
I remember the sea, the smell of the salt, and the crash of the waves as we drew closer to Kugane. The only port open to outsiders in Hingashi, across the Ruby Sea from Othard, from Doma. All the colors of the rainbow, all the peoples of the world, all in one place. I wish you could have seen it.
Congratulations, you now stand in Kugane, the western port of Hingashi. Regrettably the only port in this nation open to foreign trade. Oh, and I do apologize for the unforeseen difficulties which befell us during our journey. Needless to say, your assistance in overcoming them was much appreciated. Glad though I am to have arrived, I would remind you all that we are far from home with limited resources at our disposal. Duly noted, brother, I shall take care not to enjoy myself. In any event, Doma is our final destination, and our first order of business should be to secure passage there. Captain Carveline, I realize you pledged only to take us as far as Kugane, and I have no desire to change the terms of our agreement. I should, however, be interested to know how you would go about reaching Othard were you in our position. At the risk of stating the obvious, you are in a port. Surely there's a kind and generous soul here who will aid you for the right price. You cannot be the first traveler seeking passage to Doma. The captain makes a good point. 'Tis like that Yugiri and Gosetsu were forced to come here for the self-same reasons we were. They must have found a way to Othard, assuming they are not still in the city. Ere we seek passage, mayhap we should first seek our friends. Leave it to me, Alfino. Making friendly inquiries is my specialty. Lest you forget, I got plenty of practice in Ishgard. Captain Carveline, could you direct us to the nearest tavern? Desperate for a drink, are we? You may find one in that large building just beyond the pier. Whether your journeys have come to an end or are about to begin, the Shiokaze hostelry is an ideal place to rest, relax, and reflect, or so they say. And with that, my dear scions, I bid you farewell. As soon as we have replenished our supplies, we must away. Ours was ever a fast-moving business. The spice trade, you mean? But of course. Surely you did not think I traveled halfway around the world and delivered you to your destination solely out of the kindness of my heart. Perish the thought. Thank you, Captain, and may the Navigator watch over and keep you. Right then, to the hostelry. After you. Look at me with my fancy boots.
By the 12. I thought Ishgard remarkable, but this... We are certainly not in Eorzea anymore.
A tavern is a tavern, Alphino, here or anywhere else. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's time to do what I do best.
1,000 pardons, my lady. The signs of the 7th dawn, I presume. I hope your voyage was not too trying.
And you are?
Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me. Hancock of the East Aldenard Trading Company, at your service. On behalf of Chairman Lolorito, I bid you welcome to Kugani and invite you to take refreshments at our local offices.
Lolorito? I was aware his interests extended beyond the borders of Eorzea, but not so far as Kugane. Regardless, I am disinclined to accept the hospitality of grinning merchants, especially those who serve a master with whom we have such a difficult relationship.
My, such naked suspicion. I do hope that business with the Crystal Braves did not rob you of all faith in your fellow man. Or do you really think the chairman is plotting to drag you into another one of his grand schemes?
I beg your pardon? If you are trying to win my trust, you are failing quite spectacularly.
Oh dear, have I offended you? Once again, I must apologize. Too much time in the Far East, you see. One is compelled to talk in circles round everything here, and one finds oneself longing for the invigoratingly candid speech of the Uldan markets. Though I see now that this was neither the time nor the place to indulge said longing. Might I suggest that we continue this conversation at the company offices? Too many eyes and ears here, you understand. 'Twould be decidedly reckless to say any more.
If I may favor you with the invigorating candy you apparently crave, it would be decidedly reckless to follow a man I neither know nor trust. Give me one good reason why we should accept Lord Lolorito's invitation.
Now there's the young diplomat I was told to expect. Very well then, I shall explain. You understand that you are come to a most reclusive and secretive nation, yes? One whose borders are closed to foreign trade save at this single port. Then it should come as no surprise that a great many parties have vested interests here. Merchants like myself are a given, of course, but for every one of us, you may be certain there is also an agent of a foreign government. Many notable nations and empires have embassies here, you know, including, of course, the Garlean Empire, with whom you have such a difficult relationship.
To paraphrase, Kugani is teeming with Imperial spies, one or several of whom could now be listening to our every word.
Something to that effect, yes. Beneath this veneer of bustling trade, a war for supremacy is being waged between world powers. One might say we were standing on the front lines, just not in public.
I still have my doubts, but he may have a point. I say we accept his invitation for now.
He truly does give off a very punchable feel, doesn't he? And you must be Svarin Darkheart, Slayer of Gods, Rider of Dragons, Savior of Ishgard, Stealer of Pants, if some of the more puzzling rumors are to be believed. I knew it. May I say what an honor and a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance, good sir. Alas, I don't believe we ever actually get to punch Hancock. Maybe verbally, though. I just know you and I are going to get along famously. Now then, without further ado, allow me to escort you to the company offices. This being your first visit to our fair city, I shall make an effort to point out various landmarks along the way, if you would be so good as to follow me. One of these days I'll figure out how to get up to that thing. He could do with a good tossing into the sea. Everyone, if I could have your attention, please. You are now standing in Tenconto. Loosely translated, the name means Spire of Drifting Souls, which, as some of you may have deduced, makes reference to the aetheryte which stands over yonder. The design is markedly different from those of Charlian, yet I trust its function is identical. A diplomat and a scholar, will wonders never cease? Far Eastern aetheryte technologies have a long and storied tradition, I assure you. This particular example is constructed by the Onishishu, a collective of skilled craftsmen who guard their ancestral techniques with the utmost secrecy. In short, you will find it no less reliable than its Western counterparts. A tune, if you like. I shall. Beautiful though it may be, we cannot spend all day staring at the aetheryte. Come, let us move along. The markets are next. Actually, let me prepare my gear. We have arrived at the largest shopping district in Kogane Dori. Kogane, as you are doubtless unaware, is an ancient Hingan word for gold. So, in this prosperous port where golden fortunes are made, lesser fortunes, or Kogane, are earned by the local merchants. It's all quite logical once you learn the language. Now you're beginning to speak my language. Oh, a kindred spirit. What a pleasure it is to meet a young lady who appreciates the value of hard-won coin. Hancock of the East Aldenar Trading Company. You are with clients today? Why, evident Master K10. Pray allow me to introduce you to my esteemed guests, but recently come from a distant Eorzea. This kind and generous soul supervises all transactions here in Kogane Dori. Your sincerity is ever appreciated. As he says, I am K10 of the Hakuchi clan, and it is my honor to serve as overseer of these markets. As we receive many foreign visitors in Kogane, we accept all manner of currencies. Rest assured, your Eorzean Gil are welcome here. I invite you to peruse our wares at your leisure. Arms, armor, foodstuffs, potables. Here you will find all of them and more. If we may pause here for a moment. This road leads to the Aegean Guy, the district in which Aegean, or foreigners, are permitted to reside. Would this also be where the foreign embassies are found, including that of a certain empire? Precisely. So you see, it would not be at all unusual to cross paths with one of our Garlean cousins here. With this in mind, I would encourage you to choose your words carefully. We would not want any physical altercations after all. Such spats are being strictly forbidden. The Sekisegumi punish breaches of the peace quite severely. I have seen foreigners permanently exiled for a single violation. Though, to be fair, this is not common. More often than not, they are executed on the spot. What, cut down then and there? You're joking, right? Would that I were, but alas, these samurai are a humorless lot. Why, I recall one instance when a foreign merchant in his cups dared lay hands upon a Hingan aristocrat in front of a Sekisegumi. The samurai cut him in half with a single stroke. Ugh, I don't even want to think about that. So, as you see, it would behoove you to behave. Failing that, we may be forced to part ways with one another, or you with yourselves in the manner of the late Telegi Adelegi. Black humor. Oh, how I amuse myself. But we must carry on. I have yet to show you the Garlean consulate. Oh, Alize is the first to recover. See, over here it's pretty. Over here, Gallians aren't really known for their sense of taste. This, as you may have surmised, is the consulate of you-know-who. Mark the guards at the gate. Are their uniforms not different from those you have seen in the West? Were you to travel far and wide, you would find that many such variations exist, often inspired by local designs. Which goes to show that even a massive empire seeking to rule all of creation is not without its artisans. There is oh so much more I could speak of. The soothing waters of the onsen, the ephemeral delights of the pleasure district. You are doubtless still weary from your long sea voyage. Let us retire to the company offices. Well, before we do that... I thought this was the Thavnarian consulate. Yes, this is the Thavnarian consulate. No, you may not enter without official business. Oh. Then again, Svarin probably wouldn't be allowed into the Thavnarian consulate anyway, just as a matter of principle. Kinda got himself exiled from Thavnar. Then again, it was decades ago. Maybe they've softened their position. At long last, we arrive at our destination. May I present to you our humble offices? Yeah, but it turns out people just don't like necromancers for some reason. Even necromancers who aren't really bothering anybody. Sure, maybe bothering the dead, but... We have much to discuss, so I will refrain from further prattle. Come, right this way.
Our thaumaturges took great pains to ward these walls against all manner of surveillance. Where business dealings are concerned, we do not compromise on confidentiality. You may avail yourselves of these offices for the duration of your visit. Come and go as you like, and know that you may speak freely here.
Your offer is most generous, but I will not enter into any agreement which would leave us beholden to you or your master.
A legitimate concern. Allow me to clarify then. The chairman bids you consider this as an expression of his heartfelt contrition for the bloody banquet and the unpleasantness which followed. Never having been one to put stock in words alone, the chairman deems the provision of material aid to be a more appropriate demonstration of his sincerity. By sheer coincidence, your purpose here also happens to coincide with our own interests. That is, assuming you are come to aid the Doman Liberation Front.
How could... I will not bother to offer a denial. You have the right of it. To be specific, we are come in search of our Far Eastern allies, Yugiri and Gosetsu, whom we hope to assist in their fight.
The Auri Shinobi and the Rugadan Samurai? Then you will be pleased to know that they have both come to Kugani.
Are you sure?
Quite. They came here aboard a company vessel, you see. However, they encountered difficulties securing passage across the Ruby Sea.
The Ruby Sea? Sorry, I've never been any good at geography.
Forgive me. This calls for a map. We are here in Kugani, the sole open port of Hingashi, situated on her western coast. Doma, meanwhile, is here on the eastern coast of Otherd in Yansha. Therefore, if your friends are to reach Doma, they must first cross the Ruby Sea. Alas, this is easier said than done, as the Ruby Sea does not fall within the dominion of either Hingashi or Doma, being controlled since antiquity by a third party, namely the Confederacy. Said maritime collective is known for the consummate skill of its sailors, and for demanding that any vessel entering its waters pay a toll referred to as the Ruby Tithe. In exchange, the Confederacy's vast fleet guarantees the safety of those who travel within its territory. Now, as I'm sure you are aware, Garlemald conquered Doma some 25 years past, at which time the Empire saw no value in controlling the Ruby Sea, and thus did they turn a blind eye to the activities of the Confederacy. The recently appointed acting Imperial Viceroy of Doma had other ideas, however. She has formally condemned the Confederacy and declared that any who recognize their authority shall be branded enemies of the Empire. Bowing to this pressure, Hingashi severed ties with these toll-takers and forbade the payment of the Ruby Tithe, prompting the Confederacy to make it known that any merchants choosing to sail the Ruby Sea would do so at their peril.
No wonder they struggled to secure passage to Doma. What captain would risk such a journey given the circumstances?
I am told your friends were not so easily deterred from their course, but I know not whether their persistence bore fruit.
I say we follow in Yugiri and Gosetsu's footsteps and attempt to secure passage to Doma for ourselves. We will need to cross the sea in any case, and we may learn something of their whereabouts in the process. And should we find that they are still in Kugane, we can make the journey together.
In that case, I have some information which may be of use to you. No quid pro quo, I assure you. The chairman was most insistent that I aid you to the best of my ability.
I still want to punch Lolorito about as much as I want to, punch Hancock. Though I am reluctant to take any action whatsoever that could be construed as placing ourselves in Lord Lolorito's debt, we must avail ourselves of what means are available. Our Alamegan allies place their faith in us, and I do not intend to disappoint them. Ooh. Quick detour! I've never completed the Gunbreaker quest, so this is all going to be new to me. Yeah, jeez. The walls that surround this city remind me of my homeland. We built it as a fortress to keep out invaders. Not that it made much difference in the end. Oh, not this again. Perhaps you could lighten the mood by sharing our recent bit of good news? Ah, yes, it looks like we've found our next client. Nothing's been decided, but a lady named Oriel is waiting for us near the Gate of Thal. We'll meet you there. You're the bodyguards, right? We need your help. It's my husband. After he walked out, I thought I'd seen the last of him, but now, you've got to keep him away from us. I'm not sure we're qualified to settle domestic disputes. Radovan, this sounds serious. Hear her out, would you? Very well, my apologies. Please continue. His name's Gerard. He won't leave us alone, and he keeps jumping out to harass us when we're by ourselves. If we were to go outside the city gates, I'm sure he'd follow us, and when he does, I want you to scare him off. I doubt he'll show himself if he sees you have bodyguards, so we'll wait somewhere nearby. When the moment is right, we'll give him a fright he won't forget in a hurry. Yes, that ought to work. Tim and I will leave through this gate, so you should find a hiding place. It's time that bastard, excuse my language, learned his lesson. There you are. Remember, we've got the boy to think about. I'd rather not cut a man down in front of his own son, but I will if I have to. You follow my lead. Get away from her. What? Who the bloody hells are you? Friends of Oriel. Now walk away while you still can. But I only want what's best for my boy. Your boy? You've got no right to call him that. He belongs to me. This is your final warning. Bother them again and you won't live to regret it. Ha! I'll teach him. And you are wonderful, worth every gil. Thank you so much. It was our pleasure. Although there wasn't much for you to do, your presence lent weight to my words. But most importantly, the client was satisfied with our work. Yes, she did seem rather pleased with herself. Listen, you two, there's no time to explain. We have to follow that woman. Hell's bells, when Sophie gets one of her hunches, there's no stopping her. Honestly, I'm with her on this. Something smells fishy here. Let's see what's actually up here. Why would she bring Tim all the way out here? What are we supposed to do with a runt like this? If we feed him up, he might be worth something one day. She's selling her own child? We've got to stop them. Wait, is that? Enough of this. Stay away from my son. Son, eh? Ha! You should have kept out of this, mate. Too late now. Quickly, we've got to help him. Ah! Not now. Svarin, it's up to you. Bad time for you to have a medical emergency, my guy. Defeat the slavers! You saved us. How can I ever... Daddy! Svarn, I let you down. I let everyone down. But, Sophie, what happened here? I knew from the moment I met Oriel there was something not quite right about her. It wasn't until later I realized she's a somnus addict. Once it takes hold, it changes you. She was able to keep her addiction hidden from most, but not from me, and probably not from her family either. Yes, I've known for a while, but I had no idea she'd do something like this. Gods, if I hadn't started gambling, this never would have happened. My debts spiraled beyond my control, and she ran to get away from me, to start a new life with our son. The shock of losing them made me realize I couldn't live like that anymore. So I vowed to turn my life around, and I worked my fingers to the bone to repay the money I owed. By the time I finally found the courage to track down Oriel, it was too late. She'd made new friends, the wrong sort of friends, and had to resort to gods only know what to make ends meet. It became too much to bear, and Somnus was her only escape. Nothing else mattered to her, not even her own child. So you see, it wasn't only my life I'd ruined. I made her who she is today. That's why I don't have it in me to hate her. What will you do now? I plan to send her to Frondale's frontistery. They can treat people like Oriel, although it costs more than most folks can afford. My savings should cover it for a short while, at least. I'll take it one day at a time and see how she responds to the treatment. I know she might never recover, but I can't give up on her. Obviously, she's in no fit state to look after Tim, so he'll be living with me. Could have been killed confronting those slavers. If you wind up dead, there will be no one to look after the boy. From now on, you'll have to think before you act. I will, I swear it. Thank you all for everything you've done. That poor child. Sophie's quick thinking may have saved him on this occasion, but I fear his hardships are far from over. I, on the other hand, only succeeded in disgracing myself again. It's not your fault, Radovan. I think you owe Svarn an explanation, though. Yes, if we are to fight side by side, there is something you should know. Though I served as an Imperial conscript for a time, after I disobeyed a direct order, I was sentenced to solitary confinement for more than a decade. Oof! Like many of the inmates, I was forced to wear a Magitech collar. The wardens could use them to administer a severe electric shock any time they pleased, and please them it did. The paralysis would eventually wear off, but even now, years after removing the collar, my whole body will suddenly seize up. It's as though the pain never left me and could reawaken at any moment. So they inflicted permanent nerve damage over the course of a decade. Fun! Thankfully, my condition appears to have improved somewhat since leaving the Empire. Perhaps one day I will be free of it, but until then, there's no telling when it might strike. Radovan saved my bacon more times than I can count, so it's only fair that I do the same for him. We've been through thick and thin ever since the first time we met in the Garlean jail. I was awaiting execution along with the other captured members of the Resistance, as well as various insurgents and undesirables. Among them were several Somnus addicts. Even in an Imperial jail, there are ways to get your hands on it. When I saw Oriel, I couldn't put my finger on it at first, but she had the same look in her eyes as those lost souls. Anyway, where was I? So, Radovan had been meaning to escape ever since he was first imprisoned, and was secretly digging a tunnel, a few ilms each night over the course of about 10 years. The only thing was, it went the wrong way. Then one night he suddenly burst through my wall. Why did you have to tell him that? You know I'm far from proud of my miscalculation. Well, things worked out in the end, didn't they? The other inmates made such a racket when you came crashing in, it drew the attention of the wardens, and all hells broke loose. In the confusion, Radovan and I forced our way past the guards, and by some miracle we managed to avoid their searchlights. And finally, we were free. Free to return to my wife and child, to my homeland. Or so I thought. While I'd been rotting away in a Garlean cell, everything I knew, everything I loved had been taken from me. I should have been there, but I couldn't even. Enough of this. We've spoken over long as it is. Well then, where to next? I think I've had my fill of Ul'dah. Let's say we try our luck in Limsa Lominsa. I'm sure a change of scenery will do us a world of good. Yes, I like the sound of that. Let's reconvene at the local Adventurers Guild. Oh, what a cute shirt. A city founded by pirates? Now there's a terrible idea if ever I heard one. With all the cutthroats running rampant, I'm surprised there's anyone left. But what about the views, the sea breeze? There'll be plenty of time to enjoy ourselves once we have a few more gil in our pockets. Svarn, we're still waiting for word from the guild, so perhaps you should find somewhere for a few practice swings in the meantime. Okay, back to Kugane we go. Pick up some quests. Ah, Mr. Ejin, a moment if you would. There's a favor I would ask of you. You see, word has it that the Lord Bugio of Kugane has established a new residential district, especially for foreigners. Having long dreamed of a home to call my own, I couldn't help but find myself wanting to know more. I would like very much to see the district for myself, but as I am not a foreigner, I fear I would be turned back before all and sundry. The embarrassment would be too much to bear. And so I turn to you, Master Ejin. I would be most obliged were you to go to the residential district, Shirogane, and make inquiries in my stead. I'm given to understand a representative of the Bugios is presently at the docks. If you speak with him, he should be able to tell you more. Oh, I cannot wait to hear what manner of place it is. Ah, there we go. Gotta talk to you first. You there. Aye, you. You look to be a strong one. I'm Estrild of Clan Centurio. Tell me, have you any interest in joining the hunt? Just a moment. You are a newly made member of Clan Centurio, are you not? Svarn, was it? Aye, I knew it. I've heard your name from good Ardelaine. To hear him tell it, you're quite the hunter. But if there's truth to that, then tell me, why are you yet but a fledgling huntsman? Mayhap you've made an ill name for yourself. No reverence for authority, trouble getting on with others? No matter. The hunt will solve all your worries and woes. Kill your quarry and redeem your reputation. There's no need for fanciful or flowery explanations. Simply hunt, 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 and hunt some more. The more monsters that die by your hand, the more the clan will hold you in high esteem. Heed the call and prove yourself. Ah, just talking of the hunt sets my blood to surging. No doubt you care to know more, for how could you not? Go and see Wolveva outside the Shiokaze hostelry. She will tell you all you need to know. With you then. Estreld sent you, did she? So you are the one of our clan named Svaran. Well met, brother. I'm Wolveva, and like Estreld, I'm a veteran member of Clan Centurio. The clan hunt board here in Kugane is under my keeping. I confess, I'm shocked to hear an adventurer who has made such a name for himself as you has yet to rise in our ranks. What evils have you done to stay your climb? I just got here. Oh, I'm in the wrong, am I? Well, this much I know to be right. For a savage such as yourself to languish in our lowest ranks is a waste not often seen in Clan Centurio. And so, by the power vested in me by Clan Centurio, I grant you the right to undertake one-star veteran clan mark bills. See them done in number, and one day you, too, will find yourself among the Centurio elite. Heed this advice. Do not mark the single star. The strength and ferocity of your prey will be far greater than others you've known before. Hunt bold, but hunt wary. Gods be good, it's not every day I see one as strong as you pass by. I am Estreld of Clan Centurio, and I invite you to take part in on our hunt. Ah, but I know your face. Aye, you are the firebrand, the one whose ways have kept him from rising through our ranks. Svaran, was it not? It has been some while since last we met. Your eyes have changed, and that for the better. I'd venture you've had your share of grazes with death since then. Yeah! It's been 2 seconds, ma'am. Aye, the one-star bills are no longer fit for you. Go and speak with Wolveva. See if the clan will not issue you bills more suited to one of your abilities. For as the hunt grows, so too must the hunt. Go well, friend. You must be Svaran. Estreld told me to expect you. She mentioned it was time you tried your hand at a second star. It would seem she's taken quite a liking to you. And really so. Estreld is always fond on strong men. I suppose there's no faulting her for that. So be it. I will see to it our 2 stars are at your disposal. But you would do well to know the difficulty will be far greater than 1-star hunts you've seen. Prepare yourself. I didn't realize I had... Oh, right. I'm Scholar, Summoner, and Bard at level 66. Should probably switch to one of them just for the sake of being able to complete this. Yeah! Well, if it isn't our good Svaran. Come closer, let me see for yourself how far you've come since last we met. I'm a healer now. Just as I expected. You look a deal stronger than before. The hunt has been good to you, and you to it, I hope. The time has come for you to set out on ever more dangerous hunts. The 3 stars await you. Go and speak with Wolveva once more. May the gods see fit to see you back alive. Take care of the hunt, lest you become the hunted. So, Astral tells me you're ready for our 3-star hunts. You should know to suggest such a thing is a great show of confidence in your ability. Yeah. We haven't killed anything yet. Very well, I will trust her in this. Our 3-star mark bills are yours to undertake. But know that no words of warning will suffice. The monsters you hunt are no normal beasts. They are hellish, unrelenting. You must know well what both you and they are capable of before you face them. On reaching level 70. Okay, I can't get any more than that. Alright, let's... Mm-hmm. Little bit. Actually, speaking of Monster Hunter, there's actually a Monster Hunter crossover battle / quest line. But we won't be able to get that until after we beat the main storyline of Stormblood, so... You are welcome, my foreign friend. May this humble servant of the Lord Bugio assist you. Ah, so you are interested in Shirogane. Yeah, it's actually a very fun fight, too. It would be my pleasure to tell you about the district. Ever since Kugane opened its arms to the world, the number of visitors continues to grow, and among those who come, no few remain here for extended periods. Such lodgings as are available in the city no longer suffice to meet demand. In order to address the accommodations shortage, the Lord Bugio has established a residential district upon the nearby Isle of Shirogane. Plots of land on the Isle are being released exclusively to foreigners who may build homes upon them as they see fit. A tidy solution, I'm sure you will agree. If you wish to learn more, I invite you to take this boat to Shirogane. There, you may speak with the district official and inspect the isle at your leisure. Let's see. Got some friends who have who's its house? A free company house in one of these districts. I cannot remember off the top of my head what what ward it is, though. Yeah, for the sake of advancing the quest. May as well go to the place that apparently has a bun in it. Greetings and welcome to Shirogane, Kugani's residential district for foreigners. You are a visitor to our shores, if I'm not mistaken, in which case, congratulations. You are eligible to purchase land here and build upon it. So long as you have the funds, it matters not whether you do so as an individual or a group. If you wish to know about the process, the resident caretaker yonder would be pleased to assist you. And if there are any among your acquaintances who might have an interest, we would be grateful if you could spread the word. Yeah, by the way, Svaren's apartment is located in Gridania, the Lavender Beds, if I haven't mentioned it before. Should be noted that housing is very, very expensive. Like, the smallest plots start at about 3 million gil. It took me a little bit to actually be able to purchase a house with Erna. Ah, there you are, Mr. Ejin. So, what were you able to learn about Shirogane? Oh my, it sounds like a truly lovely place. Yes, I do believe I would enjoy it there. Your vivid description has quite convinced me of it. That locals are barred from purchasing land is no object. I need but find myself a foreign husband. If you know someone, you will introduce me, yes? Ma'am. I mean, you do you, but ma'am, please. Alright, still have those two to get to. Oh yeah, and I haven't been there yet. So many places I still need to get to. Greetings, honored sir. Will you be entering the Ruby Bazaar offices? Yes. Okay, I'm back. It would seem inefficient for us all to venture out together in search of information on Yugiri and Gosetsu's whereabouts. Agreed? Agreed. We need to cast our net wider, split up and pursue all available avenues of inquiry. But if we're to coordinate our efforts effectively, we'll need to establish a working base of operations here. Indeed, Tatara would seem best suited to the task of organizing our supplies and procuring new ones. While she attends to that, we four can begin our search by questioning the individuals Hancock identified. Alize and I will take those in the southern districts of the city, and the two of you can take those in the north. In anticipation of just such an eventuality, I took the liberty of preparing some few sketches of Yugiri and Gosetsu during our voyage. Wow, you should have warned me that you were a bit of an artist, but these are great. They'll definitely come in handy. Alfino really is talented. Looks like it's you and me, Svarin. Let's step outside and talk about where to start. Wow, Alfino's sketches are so... I don't know how to put it, but they're very...
Sketchy.
Well, see for yourself. You may view Alfino's sketch at any time during this quest by using the relevant item in the Key Items menu. Looks like a little tabard. Why are you giving me a wide area for this? Looks more like them than they do. Honestly, he could make a living doing this. Oh, sorry. No time for distractions. Why don't we start by visiting Karaku at the Onsen? That was it. What are you two hoping to accomplish, waving your lanterns at him like that? Come one, come all, burns, cuts, embarrassing rashes, there's naught that the mystical waters of the Bokaisen hot springs cannot heal. Oh, what is that in your hand? You seek this aura in this Rugaden, do you? 1,000 apologies, but I cannot help you. It is against our policy to divulge information regarding patrons past or present. Please, we came all this way from Eorzea to find our friends. We have our reputation to consider, Mess. Men and women from all walks of life come here in search of rejuvenation, body and soul. They seek privacy and discretion, and we have ever honored their wishes. Only the Sekisegumi may demand otherwise. I'm sorry, but there is naught I can do. I suppose we'll just have to ask someone else then. What about that woman who runs the hostelry? Kotokaze, was it? Welcome, traveler. Can I interest you in some rice wine? Exceptional quality, delivered but the other day. Have you seen these two? An Ari shinobi and a Rugadan samurai. If I may, I would answer your question with some few of mine own. If I speak of that which you know, Ijin, be not offended. You are familiar with the situation in the lands across the Ruby Sea, the doomed rebellion after 2.5 decades of quiet. I see, and you are familiar with the ways of Hingashi, how we elect to stand apart and support no cause but our own. Indifferent and callous, some may call us, but pragmatism is essential if a humble island nation such as ours is to survive. But we are not fools. Complete isolation is impractical, and so Kugani is open to Ijin, and we are equally hospitable to all. Or, if I must speak more plainly, yes, I can help you, but if I do, I must also oblige the ones who will ask after you. Are you willing to accept this fair and equitable treatment? If anyone comes looking for us, tell them whatever you like. As you wish. The two individuals of whom you speak did indeed come here. They sought passage across the Ruby Sea. Few ships are willing to make the trip at the moment. Nevertheless, I made several introductions on their behalf. That was the extent of our interaction. I'll provide you with the names of the captains if you like. You've been a great help, Mistress Kotokaze. I'll be sure to come back for that wine sometime. We would welcome your custom, miss. We should question these captains as soon as we can. You take the first 3, I'll take the rest, and we'll meet here when we finish. All right? Good luck. Oh, jeez. You ask me if I have seen this Auri woman and this Rugidan samurai? The woman is unknown to me, but the man is not. He was for Doma, but I could not help him. We travel solely between here and Raz-Atan. It would be an unreasonable detour. So you're from Thavnair. Enjoying a good smoke over here. Yes, a Rugidan gentleman did approach me. He wanted to charter a ship to take him across the Ruby Sea, the mad devil. I sent him away like all the others before him. The woman? Nay, I know her not. Passengers? No, we no longer offer that service. Too much trouble. Now we only transport goods. I told this to the samurai and sent him on his way. The woman? Ah, if it is women you seek, the pleasure houses have plenty. That is not what I was talking about. Oh, come on. Go rejoin Lee's and then we'll call it a night. Thank you for joining me. How did it... Oh, never mind. Judging from the look on your face, you didn't have much better luck than I did. And with that, I bid you guys good night. Thank you all for coming, and have a good evening.